Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Disco Elysium. I hope you're all doing well today. I forget, did we have a specific thing we were gonna do? Right. Alright. Let's go buy that thingy from, this guy. And now we can also cross over, which is also nice.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox,
Problem is I have to make
gold and
8
amber Harmon
real
Welsh,
today.
stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
And here you are, quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever, turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
He's Harry Phantom. Okay. I guess we don't really have to leave. I can just equip it. And then... Wait. Oh, it only works with... Wait. No. Yes. Work with this. No. Fuck, I'm stupid. It only works with tapes. I don't think I can't use it with this. God damn it. Old game. Did it happen? Anyway. Well, damn, where can I... Because my tape... My... player's broken. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's, I don't know. Let's try it. Hold on. Tools, close, interact.
You stare at the great door gunner Megamix. If only you had a boombox, you would be able to play Titus's tape. The tape feels ominous. Upon it, the dead speak. Respect the tape.
Sure.
The compact tape player is still and silent. Seems it has completely broken down now. The machine was made in Revachol by a company called Elysium. Their logo depicts the triple-towered Delta skyline. It was supposedly built to last.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, but it isn't anymore.
Yeah. Any ideas?
My Kinema only comes with radio. Let's try to find a new tape player. Perhaps we should talk to Roy.
Okay, so we do need to go to the pawn shop. I just bought the wrong thing. That's silly. Cuts to me just like sitting on a little toadstool pouting. Run, 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 run. Excusez-moi. I don't know why I let them walk to the door. I should have double tapped the door. Hey Roy, you got anything?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Yeah, we We still have those boom boxes on the shelves.
Mm-hmm.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
Mm.
Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never have,
Damn it.
won't now.
Wait, so did I buy the right thing? I wouldn't. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I was doing it wrong.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction.
Oh, wait, no, I
on
have to
the
get
go.
12 real
It'll
before the
play
end of the day.
anything, wherever.
Oh, there's a lot of.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel.
There's a lot of bottles in the fishing village.
With a satisfying click. The tape is rooted behind the magnetic reader. You push Command set, and the tape starts spinning.
Sorry that you have to listen to this, Roy.
And machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalsund crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice one. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
What was that at the very end? Silence?
End of recording.
What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
I agree. He also sounded inebriated.
Still,
Lieutenant looks at the tape. You're familiar with his look now. It's his look of suspicion.
There's more going on here than we know.
Who's this Cordy?
one of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his.
What's Kohoi?
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
Think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe Kohoi is just merc talk for atrocity, slaughter.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
Okay, then what now?
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night. The contrast feels chilly, inappropriate even.
It's just like Lethal Company. Alright. Alright, let's get out of here. The company... We'll deal with this for now, but I do want to go to the fishing village today now that it's open. We have a couple things to do there. Hopefully I can make some money while I'm there. We do have that check. I can go cash the check, so we're not in like in need of money, but I want to save the check for if I absolutely need it. Let's go. What's up?
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Titus Hardy gave us a recording. Wait, we can save scum this. Hold on.
I was just thinking,
She look.
I was just thinking,
She looks back.
Alright, hold on.
I
Basically,
was just
almost a
thinking,
50-50 chance. Well, it shouldn't take too long. Cut to 2 hours later, I'm still
I was
trying this
just
one check.
thinking,
She look.
I was just thinking,
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you.
What?
You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff. You too. Me? What did I do?
Oh boy, they're fighting again.
These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info. You can't trust them anymore.
Oh my god.
Believe it.
Which ones exactly are affected?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume all of them. Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised.
To be fair, he's always like this, so he's not technically wrong.
Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory, truth, softness. Protect her. She wants you. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature.
How did this happen?
How it always does. Through subtlety.
What can I do?
There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Can't you turn the normal again?
No,
What use is this then?
it's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
Does this mean she's been lying to me?
Yes. Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady, most fair and just.
Alright, that's it. I can't trust this guy ever again.
In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies.
We lost him.
That is correct. And omissions too.
Can I trust that guy?
A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't have flair.
God, imagine this in like a DMC type game, where like it's like, oh, your abilities are all working against you now.
But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her.
It's a DC character. I believe it. Can I trust any of them ever again?
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with her.
What is her plan?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one who usually does says, she may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious. See? It's oddly moderate, probably compromised.
Originally brought on for one of those what if this but in the future series. Then they did a little bit more with the team, I see. Alright, I've been talking to myself long enough. Let's get back to it.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
Let's just let the moment pass.
For a second, her face disappears from your cornea. Only a silvery negative remains. Still smiling, a tired smile.
He's a rainbow lantern. Super powerful with access to all the color spectrum, but with a huge catch. He's very susceptible to being compromised by the emotions at any time. I guess that makes sense. So the whole point of the lanterns is each color is like a specific emotion, right? So if you tried to have them all, probably be pretty wacky. Alright. Titus Hardy gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit non-consent.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
On this tape, he specifically identifies you as the target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
Great question. I don't really trust them either. I'm just kind of doing what the game told me to do.
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Those are the exact words he used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
Cool.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Yeah. Yes, all those things.
He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Kohoi,
The young woman lights a new cigarette with the butt of her old one.
he wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Why say things like that? Machismo? Big man want to feel big?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
Persona?
Running joke.
Mm.
I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
Ew. Okay. And you spent time with this person? Romantically?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He and Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
There is a small measure of pride in her that she could quell the rage in such a being. What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Sure.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Now that you've had some time, can you tell us more about the victim?
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Kind of the opposite of how I feel about my name. Because my stepdad offered to adopt me and have changed my last name. But I was like, nah. My last name is my last name. And I don't want to change it. I think they offered because my real dad, bio dad, I don't really like calling him my real dad. My bio dad wasn't around. So they were like, oh, maybe we should change it. But I don't know. I like my name.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Where is Lelystad? The place, I mean.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
I've driven through places like that.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
You were both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
Sex, alcohol, no love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
A military man, but not a patriot?
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind.
Oh, I see, I see.
He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot.
You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing on Muindi. The old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together. In loathing. I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too.
Fear and loathing in Revachol. How old was he, if you know?
He was 42.
Oh. I didn't expect to just have, like, a specific answer. Wait, that's what I wrote down on the thing when Kim said 50. Hell yeah.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no.
Hell yeah for visual calculus. Let's go.
We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Lieutenant taps on his notebook once as though assigning some kind of point.
Points aren't good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
I didn't need it, but thanks. I appreciate the sentiment. Better not to mention it.
The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you. She's clearly sensing something. A spike in testosterone levels.
It's a jelly bean for the detective with the burnt-on smile. Oh yeah. His eye color?
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face.
That's interesting. Cutie patootie little blue eyes on face of this hired mercenary.
Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes,
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
it was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
Fun fact, my hair used to have like a redder tint to it than it does now. I have like pictures from when I was in karate, and like some of the pictures, like the lighting, it just looks like I have like red hair. Which isn't surprising really, because I do have a lot of Irish heritage. So I'm sure I definitely had redheaded cousins on my dad's side as well. So, but it was, I always thought it was weird that I like had redder hair and then it turned more dirty blonde as I got older. But it wasn't red necessarily, it just had like, it was just like that reddish tint where like every now and then I'd take a picture and you could see the red because of like the lighting or something. I guess as I got older, maybe, I don't know. I feel like it's not uncommon for people's hair color to change a little as they get older. But, I don't really know what makes it darker or lighter or blonder or whatever. Like what kind of stuff affects that. He had a tattoo. What did it mean?
Oh, that.
It's clear she liked it.
I feel like whether she liked it or not doesn't really matter. So, what did it represent? Do you know?
It was a map of his life and the places he visited as a soldier. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
I see. Showing off to chicks? How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed, freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this Orani's lit?
Don't interrupt.
He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star. Port after port. Third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
You were the woman in this?
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Can you tell us precisely what these mean?
No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
That's fair.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Seminine Islands, and on other islands too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Killer Academy sure is on the nose. But I guess you know what you're in for. Cool. Thank you for clearing that up.
Change of topic, perhaps?
Could it be love that did him in?
It very well could be, yes. What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
You told me. Love did him in. I feel like we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't tell her that we talked to the dead. Another
Of
question.
course.
I feel like if I went in harder with Inland Empire, I'd be more willing to be like, I spoke to the dead and they told, but like, That was literally the only time Inland Empire ever gave us anything. I'm gonna, I don't know. If I was gonna do Inland Empire shit, I would want to go like full hog on it. I think we're finished with this line of questioning.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Let's return to this later, miss.
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42.
What she said, yeah.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42.
Aren't you the one who told me to rate 42? Where's this going?
How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
Kim, how old do you think I am?
Huh?
How old do I look?
How old? 58.
Oh my god, that's really old, really?
You asked.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Actually, make that 54. Alcoholism has severely impacted your appearance, and I was wrong about the age of the deceased.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
Bring it on, I'm not afraid of the truth.
To the laboratorium.
Alrighty. I kind of want to spend a skill point on that one specifically now, just because now I'm kind of curious. We'll get what answer we'll get. Like, what if it's like, oh, you're actually like 36? Because we've been in the force for 18 years. So, what if we just jump straight in? What if we're actually super fucking young compared to what we look like? Date of birth generator. I'll have to pay a skill point to open up a new thing for it. Okay. Guess we'll talk to Titus. I keep calling him Titus.
Clowns are still hanging around.
I think it's because
What is it now?
Final Fantasy 10. Talk to her about the tape. And nothing. She stands by what she says.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
Okay, but the victim, quote unquote, denies everything. So like, what the fuck do you want me to do, asshole?
That fucker wasn't aimed at you.
I'm aware.
It was at her.
It was just locker room talk. I agree with number 2, but I kind of want to go with number 1 because I hate Titus. Gold, it was just locker room talk. It's not evidence.
Locker room talk. What are you, fucking brain dead? I've been to plenty of locker rooms. They don't plan rapes there.
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man.
Oh, it's absolutely personal. He's got a huge thing for her. That's really what the root of all this is, but...
What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Honestly, it feels less at this point, it feels less like he's trying to make the what was his name, Lely, look bad, and more like he's trying to convince her that he was bad. Well, I feel like he's trying just as hard to make her think he was bad as he is us, if not more so, is what I mean to say. It didn't come as a surprise to her. Actually, I think it made her a little nostalgic.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny. No good goddamn psycho whore. Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind it smooth.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Hmm. We could call him out, but I don't think he's gonna go for it, especially with Elizabeth here. So I say we just go straight to the point. Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly.
Mm-hmm.
The man is slowing down. Looks like a bad blood sugar crash. He can't keep track of all the variables anymore. Who could? It's getting harder and harder to perform one's part in this sordid play. All it takes is a nudge.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!"
Throws his beer can down.
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
Yeah.
There's a silence in the room. Elaine starts saying something, then thinks best not to.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Electrochemistry. Lick up the beer, please, for the love of God.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
We could go for this. Can I leave and come back? I'm gonna leave. Hold on. Save.
It's you again. What is it?
All right, let's go.
Convince
First try.
Titus, he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter. But you know someone who might.
One of his boys will.
Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez. Their district. Their responsibility.
That's it then. Case closed. Going home, Kim.
He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Hmm. Ooh, where do we take this? Some chick because you work for the people. This is about him being manipulated, so... Then the foreigner part. gonna go with because you work for the wrong people.
Goddamn right. This is Union Town. You work for the company, we will kill you.
Fuck, Dennis. We don't kill you if you work for the company. Half the harbor works for the company.
Work for the wrong company, and they execute you.
Hmm. And they just hang you, shoot you, whatever. They can't even remember.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't shoot him.
Ooh.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
Or, alright, turn to Angus. Or what, you're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking reason?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus.
He was dead before you hanged him.
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
Yeah. If I agree, if two cops show up here and suddenly the two best detectives, presumably from their two departments, show up here and wind up dead, Everett's definitely gonna have to figure something out. He's a smart guy, but I don't know. It'd be a hard hole to dig himself out of.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat?
Hey,
Angus?
hey.
Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
What just happened between these two?
A lot, I'd say.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions?
So you didn't kill him. He was already dead.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another nod.
Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural. There's another girl. Two of them. Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
They did mention trying to get some girl as the 8th member of the Hardy Boys earlier.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Okay, what happened Sunday night?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
What happened then?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse we hanged.
Who's Tibbs, the 8th Hardy?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Was wasn't the window replacement business a cover up for some underground shit?
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
The one that like was housed up in the building that we abandoned building we explored, and then they fell under after this shit came out. Claudia didn't kill him. Why the cover up?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
Didn't notice anything. What kind of shit are we talking about?
That can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world. Where she came from.
These people. Who are they?
They're powerful. Connected to the Moral Intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
Hmm.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
So, who killed the merc then? Any leads?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So
Oh.
that's a clue.
Fuck, do we have a sniper? Because if we got a sniper, you don't just... That's big. You don't just get a sniper for some small-time killing. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
Yeah, the round did come from a rifle. We do know that. So...
I mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
Maybe, but I don't want to jump to that conclusion yet. I think I'm going to leave both options on the table. Right, if it had been a handgun or something, honestly, I don't know. Wouldn't really know where to take it if it is a handgun, but the fact that it's a rifle shot that came through the window, like that's kind of big.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
You had ideas about his past too.
I do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
This probably won't go anywhere, but I am a little worried now because I have the first two people that come to mind. Don't we have a ballistics buddy? We do. Oh, Kim. We were supposed to show Kim the thing. And oh wait. And then we have the soldiers too. I don't know if he's talking about them or not though.
He's calm now. Through all that turmoil.
One more?
And became himself again.
I can't think of anyone else we met. Nope. I remember doing something like that, but I don't remember who we were talking to. Whose idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers?
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other girl?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
It's her, isn't it? The missing eighth Hardy. That's the other girl.
The big guy turns to Glenn, who's about to say something. The blonde shuts his mouth before a word escapes.
I'll say it again. All the Hardy Boys are right here, cop. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You're gonna stonewall me if I ask more about her, aren't you?
Glad you understand that.
Alright. Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go, Clausia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But
Still, after all this headache,
But you would still prefer if we didn't take her away.
that's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers. We'll take that into account.
Alright. Let's go have our last talk with Clausia. Then we got other shit to do. Starting to pick up leads now.
It's always good to see you.
something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy Boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
You don't look surprised. You were expecting this.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on.
I'm gonna
to
need
your
you. I'm gonna
steps.
need all you motherfuckers to shut up when I talk to this chick.
No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. This will let her dictate the terms of your...
Except this guy. He gets it.
Shush. I can't hear what she's saying.
Shut up, Rhetoric.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
Is she implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
It's not a good enough reason.
You're right. There's more.
More?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Guess that's fair enough.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, grey and pale violet in the morning light.
Just gonna ignore that train of thought.
The light refracts. She takes out her lighter.
The RCM isn't the lapdog of the moral intern. You don't have to worry. At least not the way I'm playing things. But to be fair, it's not like we know all the political details.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What's going on? What did you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
What did you do to have these people after you? I'm gonna go forward assuming we're gonna be allowed to ask all these questions, but I hope I'm not wrong.
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Orania.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again, with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lewsdoin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewscop conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lewscop and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Laws cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
Papalolo.
Yeah. Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me.
Big Dairy's at it again, and god damn it. A lot of shit you got yourself into.
It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting, a lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
That's not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
By not remembering a single goddamn thing.
That would do the trick, yes.
What happened here the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed.
Wait. The window that got fixed, that's why it was broken in the first place. Because of the bullet. I mean, that gives us some ideas of where the bullet would have come from. Assuming that the top of the screen is north, the bullet would have had to come from northwest in this turn if he wasn't the target. They said that earlier, but I wasn't willing to explicitly say that at the time, but now that I'm talking to her, I'm kind of leaning in that direction as well. That they were canoodling and the sniper went for her but got him. Because he was a big dude And she said that he wore his armor all the time. Like even in the shower, like when they were fucking. So and she's kind of small, so I could see them accidentally getting him instead. Especially if the sniper was like, just as the sniper was about to take the shot, and then they rolled over. But this exact thing, like since the Hardy Boys have covered this up, but this exact thing of us coming out here from happening. Yep. Pretty much. But why? I'm curious why Everett wants to cover this up, because he was helping the Hardy Boys with this. And presumably Everett's the one who, well, Everett has to know all this, or at least some of it. I was going to say Everett's the one that had them hang him up, but I can't confirm that, but I feel like that feels like what probably happened. He's getting something out of this. Yeah. For sure. But I don't know enough about Everard yet, but to know. Alright, well. We'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb. I could see. I could.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me.
I kind of don't want to press her, but I gotta get all the details I can. Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
That explains why he was hung up with just his boots.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
That definitely implies that Lily was the target then. If he had just entered her, quote unquote, they wouldn't be moving around a lot. And
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
your cigarette-ness.
Oh.
Sorry this happened to you.
So am I.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
The electrochemistry would chime in and be like, God, I wish that were me. Electrochemistry is the kind of motherfucker to be like, I want to get shot in the back of the head as right as I come. That's how I want to go out. That's exactly the kind of thing he'd say.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Her enemy girl is Power from Chainsaw Man. Yeah, I can see that. Titus said he looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get into his mindset.
See what I'm talking about? I knew he was gonna chime in with some stupid shit.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No,
What did you do then?
nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little.
Yeah, I can imagine it wouldn't have been a lot, considering the bullets seemed to be lodged in the back of his head.
He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore.
He was stuck in his
So I
skull.
ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
I don't know if we need to ask why she didn't run. I mean, where's she gonna go?
She pulls on the cigarette, looking up at the sky. Her hair ripples in the breeze as she stands there, silent.
What happened when you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time.
Ruby.
I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew.
That's the
something was
girl.
wrong.
The other girl.
Ruby?
Before we continue, who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
Titus. You motherfucker.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys?
The Hardy Boys.
That, those sons of bitches. Alright, alright. I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
She's the brains. The shadow leader, I guess we could call her.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is
You
entrusted
son
to
of
her.
a bitch!
She trusts her. So do the others.
Okay, let's go on with then.
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told.
Yeah.
She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tempering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
Then what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then.
That means his clothes were stolen later
I
on.
knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
I guess to be fair, Uno did say he took the helmet and so that doesn't line up.
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later.
Maybe we can.
What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot. It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Clausia.
Alright, boys, break it up. When it happened, did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
Here. Look at the people after you have killed him.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
Either way, something to consider.
We can't go after loose cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
Why did you call the cops if you're hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
So you would have us believe, but you're not.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Revachol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course. Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer, and it makes you sweat.
When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
In her bedroom inside?
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
I think we're done here for now.
She nods, silently.
Yeah.
She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
I've never met Tibbs is the problem, so I wouldn't know where to find him. And it glances at you and then at the door.
Thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her. Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yes, start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it.
If we choose to believe that what she says about getting ghosted the second, like, it doesn't matter if we arrest her or what, Like if we take her in any official capacity, she's on the record. So this is a pretty binary choice.
See?
Hmm. Kim, I think this is one of those we can choose every option one by one situations. So let's start from the top, like Rhetoric said. Kim, why have you not arrested her yet?
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
You know, I think you didn't make the call to the station.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word
Drama's overcorrecting so hard now.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
She stands before you, holding her back very straight.
Your real name isn't Classier Amando.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Her voice cracks suddenly, like there's a garrote around her neck. Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
Good. Can't tell the truth.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
Tell me your real name.
It's Katarzyna Elysium.
The smile on her face is timid, almost painfully so.
It's a Grad name, Jimsk or Yugo-Grad in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music infused alcoholism.
Hold on. Katarzyna is not an Aranya's name, is it? It's not even Mundi. It's Grad.
My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Alasia is my father's name.
Finally we meet.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind on the roof.
Enough.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
What if I told you you're under arrest?
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
Failure to aid a police investigation.
You're on a boat.
She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case. Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
I'm gonna go with the misrepresented information part.
The lieutenant produces a pair of
Ooh,
handcuffs.
Kim's ready.
Please no. I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely? I can tell you. I can help you.
What do you know? Who shot him?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
We have had other people fuck us over harder, but a lot of those people were people we had no... we weren't going to be able to actually do anything about it.
Ruby.
Not very surprising. Why do you think it was her?
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
I feel too bad for the hostel manager who arrested him. Oh, so maybe it wasn't just Titus who has a thing. Or then...
What she's saying is... sex.
Sex.
And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me.
I see.
It became an unhealthy relationship.
Ruby now has a whole power dynamic thing over her. Assuming that this is true. But I guess we'll run with the assumption that it is for now.
When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she's romantically interested in you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
Sounds like she was fixated on you.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs.
One of our voices said that earlier too.
Somehow she knew.
Or one of the options was that.
Dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching? Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
When Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship with the deceased, was she threatening you?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
And how could she have killed him?
She could have had access to the roof. You've noticed that door there, right? Maybe it leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof through that, then taken the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
I don't know. The fact that it was a rifle shot really just makes me think that it was shot from a different building.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She used to come here to drink on the roof with me, before it got weird.
Okay, that's it for Ruby.
Okay, and what? Arrest the liar now. Why? She told us some pretty interesting things there. Don't arrest her. Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful.
Hmm. This is tough. I guess the biggest question is where is she safer being taken in or being left here? Hmm. I don't think she's gonna run necessarily, but hmm. Kim wants to arrest her, I feel like. I'm wondering if I should just trust Kim on this, but it's not like Kim's infallible either. But how does he feel about this whole thing? He hasn't really said, and there's no way for me to ask him right now. Hmm. I'm gonna go take a pee break and I'm gonna decide while I'm gone. So I'll be back. So, my thinking is that if we arrest her, we lose access to her and any information she might have. More than likely. What's your new info?
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret it.
Hmm.
Something tells you you will.
Probably. Oh, cool.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this. As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all.
I was right.
If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate.
Finish thought. Got a new skill point. Throw it into composure. Wait. Thinking about doing this. Just gonna do skill points and not fuck it. Well, I'm glad that they're taking it in a cool direction. All right. Back to Titus.
It's you again. What is it?
Okay. Talk to Claudia. Now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
Gonna level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Lely's killer.
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Hey.
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
From the corner of your eye, you see a little bird fly into the bush, right behind the window, behind Titus's back.
Or we'll make him talk within 2 to 4 business weeks when we have a warrant in hand. Wonder if we can save scum that.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Cases warrants can be made within hours. Okay.
Nothing.
What is it that allows them to get made so fast?
It's you again. What is it?
Oh, fuck.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
Someone, for example, gets busted as a drug house, and as long as you have a couple officers there, they can't move product.
What is it?
Nothing.
We're gonna have to get basically a perfect rule.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing is happening. The pieces.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
Nice.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
Hell yeah. Congratulations.
It's you again. What is it?
It was very annoying and tedious.
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Come on, game. Just give it to me.
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Wish you didn't have to watch his animation every time.
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Sweet.
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
What's the coach feature?
Nothing.
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing.
I don't have any clothes that up my perception, do I? No, I didn't think so.
It's you again. What is it?
In the club room, you can call up 2 PCs from Paldea to join. They'll hang around.
Nothing.
Talk to you, battle you, trade with you, give you special items. Interesting.
It's you again. What is it?
Sounds neat.
A sudden
There we
flash of
go.
lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
So are you why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
Didn't go out for fresh air for one smoke.
No.
The whole 45-minute window, she was with you all the time.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out, too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl. Always has been.
Of course. Ruby is the lady
Yep.
in this great big jam mystery.
There we go.
You'll have to keep investigating. They'll never open up about it.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
He's been through it. That means he's suspected her too. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Or we could have gotten to the roof from somewhere inside the whirling.
Nah, the only way up there is through Clausia's room.
How much do you guys know about this place?
We've only been drinking here for what? 6 years? How much do we know?
Been thinking of getting wilding in racks. That is on my ass, boss.
There you go. Tatted on his ass. We know the place.
The door downstairs in the kitchen, a locked blue door. Ever been through that?
No.
There's another, right on the roof, next to Clausia's window. How about that? You been through that door?
It's just 2 doors. We're not giving him Ruby for that. She's one of us.
What if those 2 doors are connected, Eugene? Is that your name, Eugene? If they are connected, she could have gone to the kitchen, gone up, shot him on the roof, then come down. All in 5 minutes. How about that?
Yes, she could have. This is one long shot.
You do agree the shot came from the roof, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
Have you noticed the wind shot back on the outer wall of the whirling?
All right, I'll play along. Those 2 doors of yours, the winch connects them with some kind of dumb waiter.
What winch? Where's the winch?
On the side of the building. You can see it from the harbor. You want to be a lieutenant, you gotta keep your eyes peeled.
I've seen the winch.
Fuck off, man.
And we firmly established where we could have had access to the roof where the man was shot.
Firmly? Try shit on a stick. All you've established is a possible route to the roof that you haven't found. And even then, a route doesn't put that bullet in the Burke's head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun.
Local pawn shop sold my lost gun to a woman. Maybe it was her.
You lost your gun?
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
Fair enough. Who's the joke?
Sure. Take your sorry ass out of here. Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Fair.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun.
I forgot that we lost our gun after. Guys, this is Revachol. Anyone could get a gun around here. Anyone. I mean, that's true.
Look, fucko. Ruby and I are pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns.
Yeah.
True.
Everyone knows Glenn loves guns.
I don't know, Glenny. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't like she told you every little thing.
He's a gun guy too, yeah.
Look who's finally speaking. Ratty's been uncharacteristically quiet since you started theorizing. Maybe he has something to gain from implicating her. He probably just doesn't like her.
Kazuya said Ruby takes care of things. You don't do that without a gun in Rivershaw.
She organizes things. She doesn't whack people. That's not the kind of person she is. She's a talker.
It's clear this one is protective of her.
Easy now, Glenn. What he's trying to say is, people who don't have guns don't shoot people. You need a gun for that. You can't prove she has one.
True.
You don't need to prove anything. Doubt is enough for now. And Titus must have some.
But I think Everett's the kind of guy that people would be too scared to pull a gun on. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Everett was the kind of guy who had someone trained on his room with a gun from, like, nearby. But maybe I'm giving him too much credit.
I don't know, Cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
Everett would have a katana. When Kazuya came downstairs, Ruby appeared to know that something was wrong. Why did she organize the cover-up? It's either the first one or the last one.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Okay. Shinky, let's assume you killed him.
I didn't do it, fucker. It wasn't my plan.
You probably did, though.
It's just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him, cut down.
Prefer to go on trial with your buddies as part of a lynch mob or alone for committing murder?
Fuck you, man. I would never fuck my guys over like that.
She didn't either. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Buzz, you told me some pretty interesting things about Ruby.
Yeah, like what?
Apparently she had a thing for Clausier.
A thing? You mean?
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Oh, Angus. Oh, poor Angus.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Hmm. Come on, guys. She hangs out with you meatheads. Cannot come as a surprise.
Yeah? No. Ruby's got more balls in a ball pit. You'd have to be an idiot not to... Guys, I'm not the only one who knew.
Also, yeah, Kim is great.
Knew what? First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a...
Whoa! Just because you're mad that she likes girls, you don't gotta throw slurs around, my guy.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
Okay, that doesn't automatically make her a lesbian, though.
She didn't fuck you, cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Ooh, shit.
So this is why Shanky doesn't like her. Useful for you. It makes him advocate against Ruby.
Oh, yeah, he's totally projecting. As he said, she made advances on her and she thwarted them.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
She just told us. Ruby made her scared and she spilled the beans.
That Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit...
And then, boss, use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
Even Titus is like, I don't care if you're gay. So at this point, anyone else who does care is just the fucking worst of the worst.
If it's true. But it's not, right?
Some of them still don't want to believe that she threw him under the bus. When Claudia came downstairs, Ruby appeared to know that something was wrong.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
I am so discoing right now. What's up, Burner? How you doing? Yes, female intuition. That's what it was. You're right, Eugene.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking has no place in a police investigation. A more serious consideration that you wish to avoid is that she knew what happened because she did it.
Nice. Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However, hard I asked. Wanna know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
Me as in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
Don't forget the funny tie, too.
How can I forget? You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
Past us was like a fucking beast, apparently, because, like, we were like a super cop with insane amount of closed cases, and this chick was scared of us the moment we got here. What else did Ruby tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop.
Stop. Won't stop.
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having to go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Is it that true, Kim? Am I can opener?
You are insistent.
Anything else? Anything?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop, he...
Everard has a file on you, but that's bogus. What she knows comes from somewhere else, from Jamrock. It must be real stuff.
Do you have any clues on where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Maybe at the fishing village.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked for her?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Me too.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
You're all here. Who's out looking?
Lizzie needed some air.
The gardener? But she went to tell Everard. Oh, so she didn't go to tell Everard.
No one goes to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Can you tell me we're on the coast? I should start looking.
Sure. There are some shit houses there. A cinder block town. The fisher folk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
It's not much, but okay, she has dyed her hair again.
It'll have to.
Put the sand out, shake it.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
Just think it.
No, he already is a sergeant. That's what you're feeling. He just wasn't sure what you are.
Interesting.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you?
Yeah.
Hobby of yours.
And?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end.
Go on.
Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash?
Yeah. So far, no one has mentioned hearing the shot.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
Hmm.
That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
Gonna have to follow the Ruby thing for now, I say. It's finally time to go to this damn fishing village after so long.
A rusting control panel with you. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving.
Now this is pod racing.
Alright, we can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks.
Oh, I do. Radio relay hums with electricity. Mm-hmm. Breaker box to power the radio pylon above you. Maybe there's something inside. Money. Ahead, decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. Creaking ahead, a broken axle grinding. The boat tucked away underneath the tarpaulin cover.
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position.
Wait, what would I be doing under there?
I don't know. Sleeping? What do people do under boats? This is merely a measurement from your visual cortex. Do with it what you want.
Okay. Footprints in the snow, they lead away from the accident. Seems the walker is either very confused or drunk out of his mind. The underside of the boat has recently been tarred. Quick travel unlocked. Fisherman shacks. Neat. The dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. The curtains have been drawn shut, no looking in. Cinder blocks charred, a makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting. These are too thick and thorny to pass through. Hello, boys.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
Good to see you too, friend.
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Why does this bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. No, it's funny actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What is?
What?
Oh, what do you mean, what? What did you think was funny earlier?
This guy, this guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Okay.
So what do you want then?
His tone is aggressive. You're getting on his bad side now. The alcohol boiling his blood causes the agitation. It burns.
I'm off.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Who's Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better or worse. You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk. Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Seen any women around here lately?
Abigail? Abigail,
All right. Cool.
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Not too hot. Let's be confident. I've re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
Seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around here lately?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Okay.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Well, it's a start. Kids hanging out. Rather not deal with more kids. Little black swallow circles above you. You hear it chirp. Water runs from the west. The source is upstream. A broken pipe. And
Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Hailostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is
Who's
where
up playing with the worms?
we could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
Move for a suspect. You seen anyone suspicious around?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
Okay.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided.
That's what I was thinking.
He did the talking. Whatever.
Let's box the path. No way from here. Hell yeah, brother.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Damn. Buzz hum. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
Might be a clue.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jacket?
No.
Me neither.
You should still take it.
I'm taking it. Can't stop me, Kim.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Why did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
Oh yeah.
Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously.
Think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature. tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
You. Flick your hands.
Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Nice. Coin-operated weighing machine hasn't been used for a decade. Makeshift roof vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. Tarp will keep out neither rain nor snow nor wind. Damn. Ooh, Mega Binos prescription lenses, +2 encyclopedia, -1 perception. Kind of want to put them on for the +2 encyclopedia. Hell yeah. Almost got my 20 real for the day. Big wine canister, it's open and empty.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right here.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Careful there, those floorboards look rotten and weak.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all he finds.
I need to shit myself.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Hold on.
The lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just
Hold on. Take these glasses off because they drop my visual perception. Let me check my stats while I'm at it. I don't really need drama for this, so... Oh, with this ups this 3-day cool. Never mind. Yeah, that's better. Conceptualization. Probably wait. Logic, physical instruments. Logic's probably the best one here. Put on our hat for plus logic. Let's put these on for plus the visual calculus. Hold on, Kim. Gotta get my fit ready. What's this? One empire and one empathy. I don't need authority here, baby. All right. I'm fucking ready. Take my crowbar off. I don't think we need the crowbar for the dead body. All right, Kim. I'm dressed and ready to go.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made.
Search his pockets.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. Or maybe it was just dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build, age approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine the man's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just this one at the back of his head.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Step on the
They
floorboards.
screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
Examine the bottle.
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself. Have a good time.
Kuno shows up in a Chirno outfit.
Tear all around us.
Give me the chewing gum wrapper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Again.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without a bottle. Now that would be just sad. This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking.
I don't plan on it. Looks like me. I could have ended up just like him. Been on some empty boardwalk with a bottle next to my corpse.
Well, at least you're not married.
Or
Ouch.
what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
What about field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me.
Fair enough.
I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. The sooner we get back to finding Ruby, the better.
Yeah.
Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest.
Let's leave this for the station.
Alright. The station is going to want details, however. Let's examine that library card you found on the man's body, see if it has any clues. Then we can call the station from my kinema and hand over the case.
Let's do that.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned.
Close enough.
Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005-02-55-211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
We already decided to let the station handle this case, so there's no need for us to call the library. Good. We've examined the library card. That should be enough for our colleagues. Now we can call the station from my kinema and hand over the case.
Okay. We'll do that when we go back, I guess. All right. Switch the fit back to the traveling around one. Moonshine probably smells like tasty fermentation.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
No need. Is that in the concrete here? Sewer? With the shadow of a very large building fall on you. St. Brune 1147.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Inspect the staple.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Where Mr. Prybar comes in handy.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
Where do you think we should start?
Can you hear the pulsing bass underneath the wind? A sure sign of general delinquency, somewhere east of here.
The CPU's in the shadows. Many seem to be missing. Altar shrouded in dark or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Hello?
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Your child is freezing. Where's your hat?
Huh?
You should have a hat on.
So should you.
I do have a hat. I should, and I do.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Now that it's all, now that that's all cleared up, I have some questions.
Sorry, man. My mind was elsewhere. Shoot.
Seen a red-haired woman around?
No.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
What's your name?
A cell.
And your surname?
Why?
For the police. It's for the paperwork.
Okay, it's Berger.
A very common name. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name. But she's not all that surprised by this cliche questioning, is she?
Oh, what's the device you got?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
Got it.
Okay.
What are you doing here in the cold?
Recording, I guess.
And what is it you're recording exactly?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the old headphones?
Wait, what happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
And what are these recordings for? The cracks, the footsteps?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish. Very useless all of a sudden. The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible. Like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders.
Oops.
The wave of chill. The quivering jaw. Indications of a drug high.
Take this, your code.
Jeanette begins to take off his jacket.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
So it's supposed to be a music place? What is?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
And who are these boys?
Boys?
Yeah, Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
I mean, like those headphones your boyfriend sold.
Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those.
Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. Go ahead.
Tell me more about this music place you've been planning in the church.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
So you want to turn the church into a club?
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, you two are cops.
Yeah, why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys. Because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
I'll talk to him.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
Should we put the padlock on the church door?
No.
No?
Really, no.
Okay then, about the church.
What do you need to know? Go ahead.
You seem surprisingly comfortable with being questioned. Why is that?
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Have you been questioned before?
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river.
What's east of the river?
Rich people. Rich people are east of the river.
Good to know.
Yeah,
So what trouble you've gotten into with the police?
the usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager.
What's the usual?
You know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13 in Forberg.
Interesting term. Time to glean some knowledge.
We know a little bit about Faubourg from Roy, but I'll ask anyway.
Is this a rhetorical question?
No, I literally can't remember even the most basic terms sometimes.
Faubourg, not in Faubourg. It's a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world.
Why did you have to move out when you were so young?
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess I just wanted to drink too, you know, get my party on.
Drinking, partying, and disco music are bad for you. You should take me as a warning example.
She nods very cautiously.
Okay, bye.
Save scum this empathy check. Wait, do I have any clothes that would raise my empathy? I don't remember. No. My empathy is unaffected by my outfits. Yeah.
Hello again.
The device is called.
Hello again.
The device.
Hello again.
It's not too low. 28. Not as bad as the last one I save scummed.
Hello again.
The
Hey.
device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
Sorry you have to sit here on the ice with the drugs wearing off at your age, or at any age, in this weather. Waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
People who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It's easy to live in their failure with this by your side.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
Not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
Nothing if you got this. Don't be scared.
Okay, I'll stick to it.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Eating me? There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
Guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
More political choices. People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good.
Oh, really?
No one understands that sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress?
Don't get me wrong, I'm all for slow and steady progress. I just wish people would be a little more reasonable is all.
Okay, so you're not that upset, it sounds like.
I told you I'm highly distressed by the state of affairs.
Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about, and not, I don't know, some chick?
Let's do. Oh, nice. I've never played any of the Trails games, but I hope you had fun. Now that you mentioned it, I found these letters I'd thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
They were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, did reading them make me feel not good.
There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
I don't remember.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
I remember her scent, and that's all.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Yeah, I'm sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk I completely erased all memory of this world.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is this Konigstein wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Thanks for the bullshit psych thing then.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Fair enough. Alright. They're in the tent. I'm gonna go take another pee break and then we'll go in the tent, I guess. So, BRB. Alrighty.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap
Thank
is
you.
open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
Fair.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his
Including golpies in the fast check Reaper. Uh-oh. Alright.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his hand. Well,
his grip is strong.
I'll be back in like 5 minutes, I guess.
He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
All right. Back to it.
This is my posse. Noid.
The Noid? Wait, what? Hide your Domino's pizza.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
He looks like a Final Fantasy character.
An egghead. Egg!
Honestly, so true.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Okay, why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Mm-hmm.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
Was there something you wanted? Your friend Estelle said there was a problem with the church.
Oh, so you've met her? Good, good. Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads. Burnouts.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that. The world.
Zawarudo?
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Hmm. What kind?
The spooky kind.
And what exactly do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Eb and Ebby.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into it.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Did you put the padlock on the door?
Yes. I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff,
And I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
Catch a drift.
I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
Now, where was I with that padlock?
He nods attentively,
I need the
ready
key.
to answer the questions of one smart
Oh, hey. What's up, Pahi?
Lloyd, give the officer the key.
Boo. Dude, the pretty... Dude, the pretty... Holy shit. Thanks for the follow. Mwah. Is this new? No, it's been around for at least a few months. I don't remember when they added it. Hello everybody, welcome. Let me show you up here. Where's my caps lock on? Oh yeah, how was Bomberman? Did you guys have a fun time? I like Bomberman. He's pretty cool. I support his decision to bomb and be a man. Hey Muriel, how you doing? Aw. Hello, I'm Ito. I'm a moth and a professional fairy. Here's my license. It's pretty cool and legit. And I play a lot of retro games, a lot of RPGs. Sometimes I play more modern indie games like this one. Is this an indie game? I think. I don't even, who even knows what an indie game is anymore? Anyway. Yeah. That's me. I also do music and ASMR sometimes. But yeah, welcome everybody. Playing Disco Elysium. It's a very weird game. If you haven't seen this before, it's kind of like it's like if you took Baldur's Gate or one of those like TTRPG type based video games, but it's set in a dystopian world, and all of your skills are voices in your head that talk to you. Yeah, grew up a couple times. Yeah, but that was way back. We're way past that. The speed freak dips into his belt pack and produces a yellow key. He then makes a sudden cool infused move, tossing it in your general direction. Catch it.
You sense
Got
the
it.
trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left.
Is it a roguelike? No. It is not a roguelike. It's like a full, like, 20-something hour game. Well, more than that. It's probably closer to like 30 plus hours for a playthrough. Unless you like really beeline it for the end of the game. I mean, I guess it's a long time, but I've played a lot of games that are way longer. And then there's games like Baldur's Gate, which probably is like at least double the length of this game, even if you just do the main quest and nothing else. Oh, I play a lot of RPGs. I'm used to playing games that are 30 plus hours. I don't consider a game to be like long until it hits like the 40-hour mark.
Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Thanks, man.
The speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Well, I feel like I would argue that puzzle games are one of those, like, the game itself isn't necessarily long, but you can get a lot out of it. When I think of game length, I think like quote-unquote main quest. How long it takes to beat it. Where did we get? Is it this way? Yeah. But I also don't play a lot of puzzle games. I see. I've never played a Minesweeper like I've just played Minesweeper.
Stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock carelessly drilled into the wood.
No side quests and stuff. Yeah, I don't go for that shit. I mean, I do. Let's be honest. I do some side quests, as much as it's a meme. I just try not to do too many.
Let's go.
I feel like when I play games, I'm a lot more open to side quests at the early parts, when everything's all fresh, and then once I'm like halfway through the game, I'm like, no.
As you do, you hear
main quest only.
the doomed commercial area.
It's a Metzi. Interesting.
Dusty machines. Then the feeling
Never heard of it.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum. In the heart of the city.
Ooh, that's cool. Early game side quests. All the best side quests are either at the very beginning or very end of the game. Usually. This wooden figure looks half finished. Feels like it's trying to become one with the church. More of the forked lightning pattern you saw outside. Bark beetles? No, it looks intentional, some long forgotten style. Thank you, Whammer, for the follow. Mwah. Okay, dope. Hope you sleep well. Let's see. The blackboard is filled with complex equations that look recent. The bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it. The only mid-game side quest that comes to mind that's really good is the Crimea Romani side quest from Majora's Mask, because that opens up after Dungeon 2 of 4, so it's like smack dab in the middle. Portable Harman Waushi tape recorder. Is it possible it's recording something? It's one of these thingies.
A machine stands in the corner.
Saw one of those before.
Figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Yeah, but this machine looks just like the one in the doomed commercial area.
It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
A quaint little box of radio waves.
Give me a game where the main story is out. How does that work? But I mean, doesn't that mean that killing God is the main quest because you have to do it to get the groceries? I mean, yeah, you're right. That thing is correct. That is literally the plot of Eek. So there you go. Go play Eek. Go have fun.
The remaining windows
A finger on the monkey's paw curls.
They must have been like this for 40 years.
Try to see inside.
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of it.
No, I don't think you should.
There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small layer of white salt from the sea.
Can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Damn.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name.
His 1-inch punch.
He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Can you still shoot though?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
I mean, sight is a wacky thing. Most blind people can still see a little bit. It's just that there's a point where you become legally blind. Tiny cage is carefully constructed. Let's step on them. Hello.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
I mean, time is whatever you perceive it to be.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Gary the Crypto-Fascist. What a title.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
Ah, right, Morel. This is the guy's... or this is the lady's husband. Totally slipped my mind. Been so long. It must be Morel, the cryptozoologist.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice waterlock.
The waterlock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Stop using the word crypto-fascist. You sound like a right knob.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes.
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in.
Time slides. Such. Oh, from Red Dwarf. I'm debating opening some of these up, maybe. Since we've got all these leveled up at least once. See what some of these are about. Your self-critique, white morning, date of birth generator, Damai-vu, derealization. Bug it. Internalize this shit. I don't know how old I am. Anyway. Climax is that Rimmer has to save Lister from the fame and glory of using time travel. To steal an idea that made him filthy stinking rich, he gives one of the greatest lines ever. Nice. My duty is a complete and utter bastard. Hell yeah. Cheers to being a bastard. I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen a woman with red hair who seemed to be on the run?
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
So please don't refer to a woman as a mammal. I don't know, it feels weird.
The
Anywhere.
lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed.
Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
What makes it difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case.
What sorts of specialized techniques is the phasmid using to hide itself?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
How big is this phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Why are you so interested in the stick bug? It doesn't seem to be as colorful as some of the other cryptids I've heard about.
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
What I'm talking about. Yeah. Go insects.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long,
would be glory itself.
What have you discovered about it so far?
very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
Kim's a Shaniac.
I know it's real.
Cryptozoologist says brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Luna said there has been a sighting of it here in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
It's pretty clever.
Yes.
Clever girl.
The Indian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about insects.
Right. Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Oh, Lena. Neat. Lena designed the traps?
Yes.
How do the traps work?
Simple. A attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out.
It's kind of like, was it pitcher plants? The thing that Weeping Bell's based off of?
At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the
Similar, at
specimen's
least.
delicate exoskeleton.
What are you using as bait? I think you said locust earlier.
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Just like Lethal Company. Is there a swarm of locusts in Lethal? I didn't see that when we played with Dawn. Okay, never a stick insect. Seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We've also included plant material in the
Interesting.
traps to satiate your skepticism.
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
What do you do if these traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
Yeah, I think the only bugs I ever saw when we played was the bees.
Yes. What?
Lena seems pretty eager for you to return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go
Soaking?
back.
So you're Mormons then.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it.
Hmm.
A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She's seen it?
Really? She sighted the phasmid. She didn't tell me that.
Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Reminds me of another amusing anecdote.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Maybe you could go back to the Whirling Inn, warm up, come back to check the traps later?
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
That's had like a target in like Tennessee. There was a sighting of a damselfly that hasn't been seen for hundreds of years, just an absolute unit, and it was never seen again. That's me. I was seen once outside of a target for the first time in a few hundred years, and then never seen again.
He's dead set on this.
Imagine all the bugs and things we miss daily because no one knows what they're looking for. Oh yeah, absolutely. I bet that I've seen like plenty of bugs, and I thought it's like, oh, neat, it's a beetle or a dragonfly or whatever, and then I didn't even realize that it was like something that like super rare. Honestly, sometimes I take walks when it's warmer, and I'll take pictures of bugs I see, and I bet you sooner or later I'm going to take a picture of a bug and see like, oh, that's a thing that like And I don't know, I'm not saying I'll find something like that, but I feel like someday I'm gonna find some bug and it's like, oh, that thing is like super rare to see just out and about. What if we track the traps for you? I don't know if I want to commit to that. But I do kind of want him to go home. Lena, but... How did you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Hmm.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up if you prod a little.
Hell yeah, brother. He's you, Night Fang. This is you in 30 years. So you're living your childhood dream out here.
It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
Why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
He has a 3DS, which he has hacked, because it is surprisingly easy to do. Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
And has anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
What kinds of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
Think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
I don't completely disagree with him. I definitely think there's a lot of scientists who just get comfy. Person I've been following on Twitter for years called Mossburn, and they specialize in fairy shrimp. Interesting. Maybe. Throw them in the Discord if you want. So you have never discovered a cryptid.
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name.
That's
cryptid.
cool. Well, like, yeah. So how many cryptids have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
I wonder how similar that is to like the real world cryptids, since this is like a fake made up world. But I imagine it's very much based on like real numbers to some degree.
Two are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Only 2 have been proven real?
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
Hmm. Hmm. I don't even know what to say. It's a small number of discoveries.
Do you know what the success rate in pharmacological research is?
Okay.
0.00003% of bioreactive agents have reproducibly beneficial effects. Yet science persists in the search for medicine, as we persist in our search for new species.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Neat.
Yes?
Well, that's it, I guess. You do your thing. Still no leads on Ruby. Oh, cool. That puts us just over the mark. Be able to pay for our room tonight. No boat in the boathouse today. Section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Goddamn. +1 savoir-faire, -1 visual calculus. Interesting. Hey, it's always good to have this stuff on hand. In case I run into checks I can cheese. But as a shadowy constructed, a strong breeze might blow it over. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench covered in rust.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Oop, didn't need it. I'm pretty sure I have some stuff that ups visual calculus. This one. Is that the only one that ups visual? There's something dropping visual calculus. No. Eat. Alright.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across.
Cheese it. Hold on. Yes. Okay, we got it first try.
Shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them. A dozen at least. The heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement.
Isn't that? I think that's no sound, no movement. Just straight up from a sugar. My system down.
10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. The sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand, your skin. The order was carried out in the afternoon. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Look at the people against the wall.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Were they?
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world.
I was wondering while you were role playing Winnie the Pooh getting taken out by a firing squad. Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one?
I see, I see.
Men of duty. Dark duty.
Who are they?
Murderers. Twisted by orders. Young boys forced into killing.
The person standing on the side.
The commandant. The one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
You mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Interesting. Entre interdite. Old ticket taker booth no longer in operation. People paid money to park here. No one would pay now. Interesting. Oop. Smacked my hand against the desk when I came up. Hit tab. Although I keep forgetting I can actually hit right click to do that too, so that's probably the better way to do it. Oh. I'm gonna assume we can't get in. Yeah, the door is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. What is this? Peepo Peepo. +2 logic, -1 perception. Interesting. Like a bottles in Spartan. Oddly, yeah. Not as many bottles I would think. I bet if we go back to the village, I probably missed a ton of bottles there, though. Where there were a lot of drunk people around. Whoa.
There's no way the perk isn't here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
Nothing more to do here then. I agree. I think we're off track being out here at this point. We need to get back to the fishing village. Can I fast travel without a map? I guess not. Probably get a map then. It might be useful to get around faster. Oh. Money, money, money. The rear tire of a motor carriage adorns the reeds. Let's knock on this door. Oh, we just go in. Hello. Feels safe and warm in here now, like outside.
Hello, mister.
A young girl, barely 4 or 5 years old, sits on the sofa. She is looking at you with frank curiosity. But my name's not Frank, it's Harry.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
I heard there was a girl here who has armored gloves. Is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
And where are the gloves now?
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
She lifts her stuffed toy up and looks into its one remaining eye as though searching for confirmation.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
He enunciates the last two words carefully.
Oh.
She doesn't seem to understand, but the lieutenant's tone has conveyed to her the important part.
They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good.
Thank you. Do you know anyone named Ruby?
Luby. Luby.
Suddenly the girl gets all serious and leans in as if she's about to tell you a secret.
My mom tells me I'm a big girl. But she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can. But then, Uller.
Kids.
Agreed. Where are your parents?
My mom's outside. And I didn't really know about my dad.
She gives you a bright smile like it's a good thing. What's that? Pointing at the stuffed bird hanging from the ceiling. Kind of like the one that we broke at the whirling.
It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Garth's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
The incident. I'm not gonna take this girl's bird.
She twirls the furry doll around in the air, giggling happily. Alright, you just need to grab it from the ceiling and go.
What's that thing you're holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
He holds the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Oh. Okay, well, pleased to meet you, Lammy.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy.
I guess you're not wrong. Bye. Industrial coal pellets burn with an orange glow. Neat. Well, that was... I mean, hey, we got something. We know where the gloves are.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
Reach into the catacombs and pull out the shiny object.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Kalima. Kalima. Neat. Where do they go? Oh, I can wear them? +2 interfacing. Interesting. I wonder if we should, there's a lot of these things. Eventually I feel like we're just gonna, like, run out of room. I'm not gonna... I kind of just wanted the date of birth thing. I'm kind of curious how old we are. Okay. Then I'm going to do hand-eye coordination. Probably not... Can we wear the other armor pieces? I don't know. You can... One of the options was to take the quest to get every piece back, so presumably you can get them all. And I assume you get a lot more experience if you for doing that quest instead, but I don't know. I figured we would just find the one. All right, Next we'll level up interfacing, and then we'll start leveling up our physique stuff. And then we'll go back, and I'll probably do it in the order. Honestly, what I'll probably do is I'll just do like left to right. Physique, intellect, motorics, or psyche, intellect, motorics, physique, psyche, intellect, motorics, physique. And eventually it's like a lot of the physique stuff will fill up pretty fast, and then we won't even be able to level it up anymore. And then I'll just do that again and again and again and again until we beat the game. Cool. Seems like this is the main part of the village, so guess we'll ask around here.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Kids. Hey, kids, have you seen any bad people around?
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
Listen, sometimes kids will tell you shit that you wouldn't get out of an adult.
Then we're definitely doing it.
But also, I don't feel like dealing with these kids. So, I'm gonna walk away. And they won't hear me say. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the apricot suzerainty.
We've heard a little bit. That's where our buddy is, the one selling clothes over by the lorries. Sea Leg, I believe is his name.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here?
My cat had cataracts before she died. That was just a random fact. Okay, lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
What he said. We're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble. Wink.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
What kind of ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
I feel like our character could definitely be described as a black hound.
That's you, alright. A black hound licking your own heels.
I am an ill omen, alright.
You're not. No one around here considers us an ill omen. People would have told us.
The fact that Ruby ran the second we came into town says otherwise, but hey.
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen.
Okay, fair.
But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Yeah. It's not the men with guns that scare me. In fact, most of the people who scare me the most are people that don't have guns around here.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
Fuck, I literally just asked blind old lady if she's seen someone. Well, I'm an asshole. Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
Hey, she might have cataracts, but she ain't slacking.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
This isn't about the Union, you know. You don't have to worry about retaliation.
Ah, I should have known. This is yet another Union mess. I'm not afraid of them, you know. We are not in the habit of being afraid around here.
I hope that makes things easier. I see. You know something, but you've decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
Ruby was here.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Ask her about lodgings.
Where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave.
Fair enough.
That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Why are both the options about paying if she just said it was free? I wonder if maybe, that makes me wonder if the original maybe didn't explicitly say free, and then it got changed after they decided on this. Or maybe it's just supposed to be like one of those like, oh Harry, you silly bitch kind of moments. Don't know if I can afford another place to stay.
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Interesting. If I get a map, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to fast travel. Which means we wouldn't have to worry about paying for a room. I just have to pay for a map and we're good. Okay, I'll take it. You know, I'm gonna do number 1 first though. Wait, hold on, you're just giving it to me?
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
Okay, I'll take it.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to
Hey,
the police.
I'm not going to break the window, get drunk and pass out on the floor after destroying a cassette player. This time.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Interesting. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. What is in this fishing village? I'm not sure what the reflection on that would be.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
That is certainly a phrase. Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they are away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Oh yeah, I met a couple of drunks here.
I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and then, and an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are.
She nods. rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's for... We can get our thing washed. Like wild Pokemon, they just appear, yeah. There's that one drunk who's like this fishing village equivalent of the 1% Clefairy in Mount Moon. What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly.
He's a wine
off the
drunk. Oh shit.
Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
I was gonna make a joke about like how he's like a drunk living on the streets, but he always has a fancy thing of wine, but I don't actually know any wine brands. I only ever drink rum and vodka.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
What else is down on down coast? Is that feels grammatically correct?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Anything else of note?
Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed.
That's it? There's got to be more along the coast.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jam shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Drop some bar of soap into the bucket with a splash. Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Call me Harry.
Why, I guess I will, Harry. Aye, it just rolls off the tongue. I used to know a Harry. Strong lad, but dumb as a rock.
Harry Potter, Harry Potter. Hey, we all know the rule about people who refer to themselves as nobody. Oh no. She stands up, puts on her cloak. Oh, my mind went to Kingdom Hearts. That too, though. Honestly, now that you say that, though, if there was anyone who was any character we've met so far that was going to be revealed to be like some sort of like god secretly living here, it would be this lady, or the Dice Woman. I feel like. And the lady running the bookstore already thinks that the Dice Lady is supernatural somehow, so.
He did too many narcotics. So many,
Mm-hmm.
he fell off his boat and split his skull on a buoy. Folks who saw it say his head cracked open like a melon. Nasty, nasty.
Yeah. I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Sure.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
We have been running around a lot today. Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
If there's anything RPGs and adventure games have taught me, it's that if you go hang out with old people, cool shit happens. Okay. Thanks. That was an interesting conversation, honestly. Fallen Windbreaker, +1 pain threshold and +1 half-light, but -1 trauma. So that's pretty good though. If we're in a situation where I don't really need the drama. We're getting a lot of clothes. I hope there's not like a limit to how much we can carry. Neat.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has
Oh, this is my... Okay, well, never mind. I thought this was... I guess that... I'm glad I know that where that is now, though. Ooh, wait. I need to... Checking around for stuff. Who are you? You're not Ruby.
Hi, officer.
Oh, you're Lillian. A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip. Oh, fuck, that's badass. Let's go.
Anything I can help you with?
Her earrings are sick, too. That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Good questions, but first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
She's counting.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
That's true.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Kind of do. But I'm just going to do top to bottom. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help. The silent cartographer.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Looking for a suspect who might have stayed in this neighborhood.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday.
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
That's it. I'm not really looking for anyone else right now.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insular Indian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Never thought the sea brought in anything particularly interesting.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
That is certainly interesting.
Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general.
Mm.
Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Each where the Garfield phone washes up. Okay. I'm kind of curious why she stays more than any of the other stuff on it. Recently. This place looks bad. Why don't you leave?
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something.
I understand what you're saying. Could be worse elsewhere.
Exactly. I don't mean to complain about my sad, pauper life. We do manage all right. We're tough people here.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
Hold on. Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Fair enough. So, where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Oh. Fucking Harry, goddammit. He disappeared? Sounds like a missing persons case.
It absolutely does not. We are not going to look for him.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
Oh.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later.
Damn.
Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Fair enough.
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
Glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what look like... Oh, those are her kids. Interesting.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk.
Oh no.
Hustler. Both of you could need some action.
This is the first time, actually, that it's ever... No, it's not. Wait, no. It's done it. It did it with Lina. Never mind. I feel like it hasn't done it as... It definitely, like, when I picked suggestion as my top skill, it implied that that was going to cause the game to constantly have my voices be like, hey, fuck that person. As in, like, have sex with that person. But it's not happened a lot. But I'm not really that interested anywhere. So I take it that's your skiff?
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Well, be seeing you. Hey. Who is this? Wait. Link's Creek. Wait.
I'll just keep the
Joyce!
Cordalechi in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
I was about to say it looks like Joyce, but I was like, why would she suddenly be down here?
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course.
jetty. I prefer a good jetty to appear any day.
Hello, ma'am.
Jetty. Hello, detectives.
She fastens the end of the line around the post and straightens her back.
It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
I'm sure it's scripted that she shows up here when you do.
What brings you here?
Or at the very least, on the third day, when you're allowed to come here.
Nothing really. I've had my eye on.
She's not on a boat.
Now, so I
She's on
decided to investigate
jetty.
it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That, and she's also keeping an eye on you.
I don't even need to ask. I know she's spying on us. So how do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She casts her gaze toward the village, slush melting on the cinder blocks. Construction work left half finished 10 years ago.
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
It's the second time somebody has described this place as pornographically poor, and one of them was the voice in my head.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions
Choice.
while you can.
Don't be so classist. Prejudice piece of shit.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
I'm just gonna let this
She could
pass.
easily just.
It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls. Rifles with splintering stocks. And swords. Tens, if not hundreds. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now. Fixing them. Old caches from the revolution. The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with cheap weapons in angry hands.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
This fishing village?
No, they're in Sealindian, Isla.
No, you haven't told me how they found it.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
Oblivion, that's so me.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter.
If those
Why
are
they were
children.
ferried over in the first place.
Well, she said west of the river, which includes Martinez. So, there's 5 children, actually. Pretty sure I saw a kid with a guy by the mural the rich guy was talking. Yeah, but they're not from here. They're from east of the river. They're rich folks who came to point at the poor people and go, "Isn't that interesting, son? They're poor."
Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Nothing.
Godspeed, detectives.
Thank you, ma'am. Do keep an eye on your boat.
The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. This boat is floating freely in the water, unmoored. And with us, hell yeah. We got new companions. +1 perception from boots. That's weird, but alright. We'll take it. There are definitely a fair amount of perception checks to be had around. A wedding stone, well worn and covered in rust. Those boots were made for looking. Ooh, pants. +1 to Kingdom of Conscience. What does that do again? That's not one of my skills, I don't think. Is it? Or the fuck is Kingdom of Conscience? The washwoman is hiding something. Moralist pants. Ah, I see. We still in the heels? We are. Yes. +1 to composure. You know what? I'm gonna swap in for the boots. They don't have a negative. They just have a positive on the perception. And I feel like perception's generally, in any RPG, it's generally pretty good. It's literally going off right now. Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrubs filth from the fabric. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and a forgotten chair. Okay. Let's head back around to the village proper. So this is her shack, then? If that's mine, then this is hers. Right? Maybe not? Let's go inside here. This is the place we got a key for.
The door has seen better.
Did we check this? No. Okay.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
Unlock the shack door with the key.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement and look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Alright. I just want to see if there's anything we can find in here real fast. Khorezhev jacket, +1 logic. Neat. We're finding a lot of clothes today. The waves, the sea, a church.
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
Ooh.
You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Damn.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Should we shave? Why not?
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratch.
We still have the
surface
look,
underneath the
the expression.
The air brushing against it, chilly.
Feel your clean-shaven cheeks.
They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
Nice. Floorboards creak under your step.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
Search through the sand and sawdust.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
What is it?
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out.
Oh.
A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber.
Bullet. Interesting.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with.
Oh, fuck.
It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Well, that's sad.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it.
Alright. Well, I was gonna stop after we searched in here anyway, but that's a good, interesting last... Sad and yet interesting last thing to find, but hey. Alright, cool. Well then, we will pick this up again, along with a note. I'm sure that would do something. Alright, we will pick this up next week. Let's see how much we can get done then. Oh. Good at finding things other than this review person. Yeah, but I feel like we're getting one step closer. Bit by bit. I don't know. Anyway. Yep. Alright, we're gonna play Legend of the River King tomorrow night. Which is like Harvest Moon if it was completely focused on the fishing part. I don't think there's dating in it, sadly, but we do get to fish, so that's cool. We are going to do ASMR pack opening for Magic cards Friday night. I'm going to be on Poke's channel Saturday night for D&D. Sunday night we're going to I'm going to talk about all the games I played this year, what I rated them, all that, and then that is going to transition straight into affiliate anniversary stream where I'm going to play OOT randomizer, and if I end up beating it then we'll shift to Majora's Mask randomizer. And I'm going to have a bunch of people who will be invited to, you know, jump in to an open BC, probably with a limit of 4 people, including myself, so it doesn't get too crazy. And then, so, you know, some other friends of the channel might jump in from time to time while I'm doing that, and it will be a wacky fun time. Yeah, that's my next few streams. Quick peek around. Doing what? A lot of people playing Lethal Company, of course, of course. The Company. Okay. This version, new updates out. Oh, neat. You know what? We're gonna rate someone new tonight. They're playing what looks like one of those RPG Maker games. That's probably a RPG Maker game based on how it looks, but hey, I don't know. Called Imposter Factory. Anyway, shovels way less and some enemy hitboxes got a little wonky. Interesting. I'm sure at some point I'll find out. Well, I probably won't really notice because I'm only ever going to play when I'm in like collabs. But yeah. On a similar note, apparently Nemo opened up a Just Friends Minecraft Realms thing. So maybe I'll do a stream or two where I run around in that. May also be a... I feel like every time one of these things... I feel like every time somebody opens up a Minecraft thing, it dies after a month. But we'll see. Yeah. Maybe I'll try to make myself to actually do stuff in it. True. I mean, it's just how I am with Minecraft in general. I pick it up like every other year, play for a week or two, and then I stop. Yeah, we're gonna raid Kawawa. See, anything else? Don't think so. Play vanilla for a couple days, just pick some on. I never really used a lot of mods. Anyway, BPR and my socials, and I'll type out the raid message for anyone who wants to join on that. And yeah, Cobblemon, pretty popular. I know nothing about Minecraft mods, honestly. I always kind of preferred vanilla. I'm kind of, I don't know. I kind of usually prefer playing games vanilla. I don't like dealing with a bunch of mods. Anyway, but yeah, thanks for coming out. Have a good day. Good night, whatever, you guys, and I'll see you next stream. Mwah.